Good afternoon, Council. I'm calling to order the Council meeting of Monday, April 24, 2023. And I'm looking for a motion, to adopt the agenda. And the motion is as follows, that the content of the Council agenda for April 24, 2023 be adopted as presented. Councillor Baines? Did you have your card up? Oh. And Councillor Potts. Okay, Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Baines. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none, let me know if you find yourself in that position. We now have a motion to move in camera. There are two matters up for discussion today in camera. It's the new Tecumseh water reconciliation and also the Poplar Health and Wellness MZO. The motion is as follows. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to the receiving of advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, that's for both matters, a position plan procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality of or school or local board, and that's for both matters as well. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring and Councillor Houston, thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? And we'll move into in-camera now. Thank you. How about that? When I said I think someone stole them, she opened her bag.
Is your wallet still there?
Oh my God! Don't make me cry. Oh, thank you so much.
Hey, you can't come over here.
Oh, she. That's where I wanted to get rid. No,
Oh my God. Okay.
that's where my dad's. I didn't tell you.
Oh. Back at the council table. Good evening, council. I'd like a motion, please, to rise from in camera. That's Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor? Thank you. The only rise and report I'll say is that we had two items on the in-camera agenda, and both were to give really instructions to staff to move forward. One's on the new Tecumseh Water Agreement, and the other's on our Poplar Health and Wellness Village. So to start the regular meeting, I'm going to ask Councillor Ring to please read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor Hanlon. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 in the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship, community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda for this meeting. The motion's as follows, that the minutes, pardon me, this is to adopt the minutes of the council meeting held April 17th, 2023, be approved as presented. And I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Potts, any comments? All those in favor? Thank you, that's unanimous. Is there any business arising from the previous minutes? Being none, we're on to community announcements, and we'll start with our Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. This past Thursday, I brought greetings on behalf of council at the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Grey Bruce Bowling for Kids' Sake fundraiser, which was graciously hosted by Georgian Bowl. I really appreciated that Councillors Ring, Houston, Baines, and Potts could join for a round of bowling. Amounts aren't in from the agency yet as to what they've raised. And the councillor bowling scores are, shall we say, unverifiable. Councillor Potts claims a 325, and I'm pretty sure he just means 3 and 2 is 5. I wanted to give a shout out to everyone who participated in support of this critically important service for disadvantaged kids in our community. Unfortunately, there are still many kids on the waiting list. The agency is continuing on through the initial stages of expanding their service into Collingwood and area. For anyone interested in helping out, please check out the website, which is at greybruce.bigbrothersbigsister.ca. I just want to add, in regards to Saturday's Earth Day, really appreciate all the efforts of our staff and the volunteer groups. It was great that they could come out and make it so successful. I found that interactive approach was great for everyone, especially the younger ones, to have some fun while engaging and learning. So a great job. I also wanted to speak about today's council meeting being the last one actually before the new format starts in May. We recognize that changing to a format of our scheduled meetings being every other Monday may take a little getting used to, but we believe the opportunities to participate for the public don't change. I'm just going to ask that if anyone has any problems, please contact our excellent customer service staff. And if there's any questions or difficulties with the new format, and what it is, of course, is a council and then committee of the whole meeting format. And we start with that next Monday at 2 p.m. So again, we don't want to disrupt any public participation in any way going forward. So please let us know if there's any concerns. And those are the items I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you very much, Mayor Hammond. So firstly, ditto to the Deputy Mayor's comments on Earth Day. And if you're particularly interested, you should see the flag that Gabrielle designed for the event. It's outstanding. So also looking forward, this Wednesday, April 26th from 6:30 to 8 is the workshop on preservation of wood windows by your Heritage Committee. And the guest speaker is David Wiley. So I would encourage everyone and those interested in being educated on terms of the wood windows, attend that. It'll be very valuable. And then I'd like to bring appreciation to two staff members. It's always nice to hear great things about our staff. And the Collingwood Blues are very appreciative of the work of Darren Potts and Director Culver in terms of the arrangements for the playoff games. It involves a little more juggling and respecting other user groups, and they want to extend their appreciation to those two members of our staff for their efforts. And also, still on my Go Blues Go run here, they've won 13 out of 14 of their playoff games, and I was reminded today that the last time a Collingwood team won a junior championship was 1953, and my father played on the 1952 and 53 green shirt champions. They won 4 in a row from 1950 to 53, and I know the Deputy Mayor's father possibly played on all of those teams for the green shirts. So the opportunity for our junior team to win 2 more games and go to the Nationals in Winnipeg will be quite a thing for Collingwood. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I have nothing to add with regard to Earth Day. It was an excellent event. But I will advise Council that I and yourself will be attending the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities Conference this week. And among some of the topics that we will explore as a group are cybersecurity, short-term accommodations, affordable housing. There'll be any number of topics that are highly relevant to small urban municipalities. And then I think I need to give a shout out to our Trails and Active Transportation Committee. They were selected to make a presentation at the Ontario Bike Summit on how to create a successful trails and active transportation network in a community. And I've been lucky enough to be seconded to assist in the presentation next week. And that's it for me, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Houston?
Last week, the Ontario Business Improvement Association, Area Association, held their annual conference in London, Ontario. On April 17th, at that conference, they announced their 2023 BIA Awards. Collingwood's Downtown BIA received an Award of Merit in the Special Events, Marketing, and Communications category for its Collingwood Fashion Week event. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the incredible work that General Manager Susan Nicholson, who's sitting here tonight, and the Promotions Committee have put into making Fashion Week a standout event in our community.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Just for the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame, they're holding their induction ceremony on Saturday, May 13th at the Collingwood Legion. Tickets are $45 per person, which includes dinner. And this year we'll be celebrating the inductees from 2020. The 2022 inductees will be Harvey Perrin as a builder, Raymond Sheffield as an athlete in hockey, and the 2017-18 Collingwood Blackhawks Pee Wee AE team. If you would like to attend and you need tickets, you can contact the Blue Mountain Golf Course and speak with Jim Malley to set you up, and looking forward to a great evening. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring?
Thank you. The Affordable Housing Task Force would like to have public input in helping develop the Affordable Housing Master Plan. The task force subcommittee is strongly encouraging all interested citizens to go to the Town of Collingwood website, visit the Engage Collingwood site. Within that site, there is an Affordable Housing Master Plan link. In this link, you can click on the community forum where the public can share their affordable housing questions, ideas, thoughts, and stories, of which could possibly assist the task force subcommittee finalize the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Updated news feeds regarding the Affordable Housing Master Plan can also be found on this link, so please take a minute to check this out and participate to help alleviate the extremely critical issue facing many of our residents. And before I leave, I just have to piggyback on the Deputy Mayor's comments about the bowling for Big Brothers Big Sisters, and in awards when you're golfing, they always have one for the most honest golfer.
Yes.
I think I know I won the one for the most honest bowler.
Thank you for your confession.
Thank you. And being a half glass full kind of guy, I was going to say that's how well I did, not how good I did.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Many citizens find accessing our legal system time-consuming, confusing, and indeed expensive. Well, I'm here to tell you that utilizing our staff here at the Customer Service Center of the Collingwood Town Hall, you can access a Commissioner of Oaths to sign your document, which I just had done earlier today. A lawyer might charge, who knows, $100 for this. It's $16 here at Customer Service. So if you have a document that requires a Commissioner of Oaths to certify that it's appropriate, come and use the Town Hall's Customer Service Division and save yourself a lot of money and time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. With all due respect to Deputy Mayor Fryer, I was in fact bowling on Thursday night as well, just in case my wife's watching and questions where I was last Thursday. Anyway, that's okay. It's all good. Anyway, some library announcements. Youth Call is offered in partnership with Simcoe County on the second and fourth Tuesday of the month from 3 to 6 p.m. You can visit the library's youth services area on the second floor to be connected with mental health support, assistance in housing, and help navigating difficult situations. A private room is available for confidential conversations. Pardon me. Also, Technology for Beginners is a weekly in-person workshop that takes place every Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. This week, library staff are covering iPads 101, where you will learn the basics of operating and getting the most out of your Apple device. One-on-one technology support is available by appointment. And lastly, this is the last week for Marin Egger's art show, Exuberant Expression, which has been a wonderful display of vibrant colors, perfect for the rainy spring weather. Stay tuned in May for the return of the library's largest art display, Magic of Children in the Arts. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just mention with respect to the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities meeting this week that Councillor Doherty mentioned, her and I are both going, that Councillor Doherty is going to be chairing one of the sessions on short-term accommodation. It should be an interesting discussion, and there's going to be 2 CAOs there and a councillor to be on the panel, I guess. So be looking forward to reporting back. This coming Saturday, I'm going to attend the Elmvale Maple Syrup Festival, and their mayor, Jennifer Coughlin, invited me. I don't think I was even a minute inaugurated as mayor. But I also, in agreeing to attend, I had to also agree to participate in the log sawing contest. So she's finding me a partner. So having never sawed a log, I'm sure I'll have lots to report on that. I wanted to mention, in terms of Earth Day, we have so many individuals and organizations that are helping in our community. But I wanted to give a shout out to the the companies, the businesses here that have stepped up and reached out to our staff. And I'll just mention that these particular companies have reached out to organize cleanup day events. It's the TD Bank, Parkbridge, Starbucks, Greenland Engineering, and NSG Pilkington. So thank you to them. And also on the business front, I just wanted to give a shout out to the two companies in our relatively small community that made the Canada's 100 top list of medium and small-sized businesses in terms of being best employers. One was Crozier and Associates, which is one of our engineering firms that has offices in Toronto, Milton, Bradford, and with a head office here in Collingwood, and 237 employees, with a growth over the last year in full-time employees of 41%. They're doing something right. And I'll just point out that the average age of their employee is 35. I'm coming back to this. The second one is Tatum Engineering, and they grew last year by 30%, their workforce. They have offices in Toronto, Ottawa, Bracebridge, Aurelia, Barrie, head office in Collingwood. So just shout out to those two companies. Oh, and their average age of employees is 37.8, just to show who we're targeting in our community to come in and just wanted to leave that thought with you because there'll be more on that, I'm sure, in strategic planning discussions. And let me see if there's anything else here. I think that was it. Yeah, that's it for me for tonight. So the next item on the agenda is deputations, and I'd like to invite our BIA General Manager, Susan Nicholson, up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just got back from the conference and I did quite a bit of speaking, and I was called a hobbit at one point because I kept bringing down the mic to be able to actually be heard. Thank you very much for the kind words. The conference is always a way to energize both staff and our directors. We had two of our new directors go down, and I think the eyes are open because they realize how well supported this BIA is from the town staff, from a governance perspective, from a helping with the connections we have with town staff, the fact that we have an MOU in place. There's a lot of BIAs that are really struggling, and it was nice to talk to them and be able to tell them that there's light at the end of the tunnel because we're here. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm apparently the guinea pig with doing my own slides. It worked. Great. So I'll just, before we start into the numbers of the budget, I just wanted to talk about some of the initiatives that we're looking at for 2023. We are working with OMAFRA to undertake a strategic planning exercise. That is, it's a program that they have that actually helps train board members to undertake strategic planning and work with the board and stakeholders. So we started the first session of that, and we'll be continuing for four sessions. We want to talk to the planning department regarding the boundary alignment. Best practices is that BIA boundaries should align with the downtown commercial designation. So that's something that I've been looking at for the last few years. We're going to finalize the installation of the public art project at the corner of First and Huron, Ontario. That, of course, is, many of you remember the discussion that we had last year, and I think we've come out very positively on the other side of that, and we'll be making an announcement. I'm just working with the artist on some quotes and some information from him before we issue the formal release. And that, of course, is funded by the FedDev Tourism Relief Fund grant. And we're going to replace the Collingwood sign. That was obviously something that was done as a temporary to have out for special events, was never meant to be 24/7, but it has survived, but it is showing its wear. And that's been funded through a grant that we received from the Canadian Heritage Reopening Fund. The other thing that we're looking at is working with the town of Collingwood and their staff on a public space at 84 here Ontario Street. We, as you know, the town bought the property last year with the hopes to, at least on a short-term basis, to have it programmed and and used as public space. A long-term, of course, strategy is still to be developed, but we've got some money through the grant and through a transfer from our reserves to be able to move that project forward to make it usable for this summer season. Maintenance and beautification. We are working on the continued implementation of the garden master plan. We're working with the town's green space and works department with grant funding from, of course, the federal government. That will include new benches, new garbage cans, material around the trees that will replace the those wood chips that get all over the street. So we're also working with the Green Space Committee and the Green Space consultant on taking that master plan to the next level so that we can actually determine plantings and have a strategy to bring the gardens up to a much they're wonderful, but we know that we can do more with the gardens, so there still needs to be work done on that. We'll be continuing with the wrapping of the utility boxes by local artists. That I think we're planning on 6 this year. Now that the Monaco development is finished, almost finished, we have additional pole banners and lights in the area of that development. We bought new planters with the funding we got through the federal government Garden Master Plan project. The planters now will be planted for the 4 seasons. I mentioned the benches and the waste receptacles and the new materials around the trees. And of course, we're always working with the town and the Green Space Committee to ensure that the downtown is kept as beautiful and kept up as possible. Through the MOU, we do a twice yearly audit to see what needs done, what needs to be addressed, and decide who's going to do what, or if we have to put money in a subsequent year budget to be able to address what needs to be done. We've budgeted for increased maintenance staff hours if we can find someone. We're still looking for help there. And we have a pilot project with E3 right now that's doing some day-to-day cleaning with the broom and the sweeper. Lots of events. It's nice to be back to a regular event schedule. Farmers markets ready to launch May 24th weekend. Our local live lunch program is up again. We're working with the town on the Collingwood Festival for Canada. We'll have the street pianos out again. Collingwood Fashion Week, we're continuing on the strength of that event. Of course, our Santa Claus Parade and Christmas launch and the Friday evening Christmas markets. We also have budgeted for third-party event support, such as Pride, and of course, activation once we get that public square to the point where we can invite the public to it, some activations that will take place there throughout the summer. The promotion committee also markets the downtown. We do traditional print and radio, direct mail, billboards, digital, including the development of new video and photography assets. And we leverage those with support from the town on joint programs, RTO 7, and other funders. I can't read that far, so that's why I'm reading this. Through our grant, the federal grant, we are increasing the strength of the Discover Collingwood app to promote events and other points of interest, and we're working with them on an augmented reality component as well. Continuing with the development of the downtown gift card, we're signing on more merchants all the time, and we promote throughout the year as it being one of the best ways to give something to someone that encourages downtown shopping as well as supports the local. And we're planning for more in-person meetings now that we get together. And through the Ontario BIA Association, there's a new CRM platform being developed, which will streamline internal communications as well as provide data regarding the health of our downtown. And that will be aggregated provincially by the association for funding and advocacy efforts. And the budget. You all have a detailed budget. And I'd be quite happy to answer any questions. The levy is increased by a very nominal 1.5%. This is the first time that it's been increased since 2018, and we have, of course, absorbed additional costs throughout those years for supplies and inflation and everything else that we're all spending more money on. And then, of course, as noted, we have a lot of grant money to spend. So although we're only levying 456,750, we are actually spending 1.3. Are there any questions? I have lots of notes on the budget that we discussed at our AGM, and I'd be quite happy to answer any questions.
Before I turn it over, I just wanted to say I didn't get a copy of the budget. Did it come out today?
Yeah, there was a mix-up on the file, and yes, it was attached. It was put in as an addendum.
Okay, thank you. The clerk says it's attached in the agenda
Yes.
package now.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll have a look. Well, thank you for that presentation. Any questions from council? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hamlin. Thanks, Sue, for the great presentation. I was really interested in the CRM platform because some input I had received from someone in the BIA recently was regarding the health of the downtown core as a measurement of the consumables and non-consumables. And, once you push over the ideal, it's not as attractive for people to come downtown because they're walking half a block at a time before they come to something else. Is that the kind of thing that will be monitored by that program?
Yes, the OBIA tracks that right now, and I can pull those numbers from other BIAs right now, but this will be a much more detailed data points that we'll be able, if we had this type of data in the downtowns when COVID hit, we would have had a much easier time convincing the government that of the impact of COVID on the small business community and downtowns in particular.
Yeah, go ahead.
Follow up then, because I don't know if you know offhand, but the healthy percentage is for, I think it's 25% for non-consumables, which would be professional offices and whatnot. And my understanding is that we're at 50% right now as a downtown. So I don't know if that's been substantiated by your numbers or not, but I'd be very interested in hearing more about it, for sure.
I can certainly find that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much. And through you to Manager Nicholson, congratulations. It looks like you and the board have been very busy and you're up for a very exciting year in 2023. Lots of good things going on.
Thank you.
Just because it's sort of really come to the fore lately, and you did mention that you would be buying new waste receptacles this year, has there been consideration to including some sort of cigarette butt receptacle with those waste bins?
It was not part of the RFQ because the RFQ went out last year. I have always been told that we can't, the messaging we used to have all the time was we don't want to put out cigarette butt receptacles because that encourages smoking. But we need someplace for people to put their cigarette butts. So.
Great. Well, sounds like you've got the thought processes working on that.
And they can be added to. I know in some communities they're added to poles. They're added adjacent to garbage cans. But absolutely, we need someplace for people. There's less and less smoking on the street than there used to be, but there's still a lot of butts.
A lot. Yeah. Great. Good to hear. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and thank you for the presentation, Sue. Always great to see you. In looking at the budget, you were talking a little bit about it's great to be doing events again and getting into normal schedule, but it looks like you're going to be really busy.
Oh, yes.
The improvement committee is looking at a substantial increase in budget, and it's all through Ontario and federal funding. But it looks like some really large initiatives coming forward. And I know you didn't have time to kind of elaborate on those. Is there any, like the one a little intriguing to me is the tourism initiatives. So I'm sure some of that's still in planning stages, but can you elaborate?
Well,
on
I mean,
that?
some of it was funded the campaign we did with the town on getting the signage out, and that was because this grant was released not a long time ago, but it was released in late 2021. We just couldn't tell anybody about it. They finally made the announcement. So some of that has helped fund this. The art project is one. There's money that was the laneway, the Northwood Laneway, the mural that went up, that was funded through that, the resurfacing of it. Now that there's been some of the wall address, we're looking at what else we can do there. We'd like to do overhead lights because it's a public laneway that we'd like to, it's one that we can address. And then of course some of that grant money will go into the into 84 here Ontario as well.
Just to follow up, and on 84 here Ontario, bike racking. Is part of the plan to maybe put a little bit more bike racks available in that kind of an area?
Well, there were the bike shelters were put in the 2 parking lots as part of the wayfinding initiative, finalizing that. But there were additional bike racks bought through the fund, and it was last year or at the end of 2021. So they're part of the inventory now. And we have had inquiries from the climate action team. We'd like to do a bike valet at least for the month of June. So we just have to work on getting that surfaced to the point where we would want to invite the public, because of course now that the town owns it, you want to make sure that it's a safe
Got to be safe. Yes, I understand.
rather than just an empty lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin.
Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hamlin, to General Manager Nicholson. Your budget is great. I have no questions on it. Very explicit and laid out well. Lovely, wonderfully presented. But a question about the Seawood sign, which you have hit out of the park. Has that word been trademarked either by the town or by the BIA?
No.
I just suggest it might be worth considering, because if it is becoming so identified with this town, it might be worth trying to trademark it. I'm not sure who I put that to, perhaps the CAO or whatever. Just a thought. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Your Worship, good presentation, Sue. I guess I have a question and follow up with a compliment. My question, talking about, I guess, revitalizing the plants and around the trees, but I noticed lately with the wall stones, there's been over the years with plow damage and whatnot down there. Is there any kind of a plan to maybe upgrade those, or it just seems to be that some of the areas maybe have not, I wouldn't say gotten forgotten about, but maybe could be enhanced a little bit better.
Is that the curbs you're talking about?
Yeah, it'd be the interlock wall stones around some of the tree barriers.
Yeah, that's those the mature trees that were not replaced when we did the 2010 infrastructure project, which of course the debenture payment is still paying for that. That's part of our operating budget continuing to 2030. We struggle with them. I'm hoping that perhaps we could just, whether we recurb them, because the trees, the roots are pushing. Eventually, those trees may not. I think there's a couple that probably we should look at replacing. But we tried to save as many of the mature trees as possible. But they're very difficult to deal with because they have such huge roots in an interlocking environment. We also address, when we do our audit, we always address the curbing around the gardens, and put it on the list of this needs to be fixed. Works Department.
No, very understandable. Thanks for that. And a compliment. I'm extremely happy to see the collaboration with E3, being down here, just the attention to detail and the passion that the E3 individuals have. It's, over the years, the great work they had done. I really wanted to acknowledge that it is seen and recognized in the community, and any support for that, I'm behind 100%.
Yeah, no, we have an individual that did some part-time work for us years ago, and because we used to have a contract with E3, but and then it became difficult to manage. So this has worked out really well. He's an older gentleman, but he comes into my office every morning, and as he leaves, he says, "I really did a really good job," and he outlines the streets he's been cleaning up on, and he gets every little bit of litter. That's good.
Well, I've heard several dozen times from the community that it's been extremely well recognized. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. That's it. That's my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Great presentation, Sue. In regard to the Collingwood sign, I know you said you're replacing it. And I know you've mentioned to me what you're planning on doing with it. I don't know if it's public knowledge yet.
Yep.
It is. Maybe just share with the rest of us what you plan to do with the old sign.
Well, we're looking at the new sign will be metal, and we're working with the contractors who have supplied bids, because ideally we'd like it to be a little easier to change the colors in the bulbs. So we'd like some programming. It's a difficult thing to source, but the old one, we've talked to Parks and Rec. They would like to refurbish it. I mean, it really needs some strengthening and work on it and repainting, and they would like to use it for special events, so it will not go away.
Right. I think that's a fantastic idea. So basically make it portable.
Yep, and we have lots of, well, and that was the concept we had for that sign, but then it got positioned where it is, and it's been an amazing. I mean, our office is right beside it, and you watch the numbers of people that take pictures there. It's just
Right.
unbelievable.
Well, it's become quite iconic with the town, and I know every town seems to have one now, but it's ours is pretty prominent where it is. So thank you so much.
And thank you for help changing bulbs one day.
And, hey, anytime. You know how to get a hold of me, so anytime. And I've got more free time starting next week. So.
Oh, okay.
We're a very hands-on council.
That's good. That's good.
Well, I'll just add in my thank you for all your hard work, and I'm so grateful to see all the attention being given to our main street and the improvements that you're chosen to make to our streetscape and the gardens, and such a healthy amount for the master garden plan this summer. It's going to be stunning. The planters that have gone in already, I've heard such great response from them. And also, I'll just say, I just love the utility boxes being covered with the
great.
local artists' work. It is brilliant. Yeah, so thank you for that. I'll just say, I noticed in looking at the paper this morning that the Tourism, what do they call themselves? Tourism Industry Association of Canada has proclaimed this week as Tourism Week for Canada, and I thought it was appropriate you were here this week. But anyway, just to say what they're doing this week is they're after more for tourism. The border restrictions have finally been removed this summer. So I guess Tourism Canada is predicting more tourists will be on board. So when I read that, I thought, this is a good year that you're really upping the game here.
That's
because
right.
I have heard that Collingwood is third in Ontario for where tourists go after Toronto and Niagara region.
No, it certainly is a destination. I mean, our amazing the natural environment, as well as people really enjoy the authentic feel of the downtown. And but we have worked, and the town has worked really hard in making those continued investments in order to ensure that it is it's viable. I mean, and it was case in point at the OBIA conference. There are people dealing with huge numbers of vacancies. I have a hard time finding a place for someone when they are looking for a spot. So,
Yeah, it's a good problem to have, eh?
yeah, it certainly is. It certainly
Okay.
is.
Well,
and I do want to take
yes.
the opportunity to thank town staff for their support, from the clerk's office to the works department and green space and planning department. I mean, we really have a great working relationship with the town. And as my directors found when they went to the OBIA conference, there are a lot of BIAs that don't have that support or that type of relationship with their town.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that. And I know that's, hasn't always been the case here, but I've been so pleased with our senior leadership in this regard.
It's wonderful.
So thank you. Okay, so I have a motion before us, council. It's that council herein waive the requirement of the Downtown Collingwood Business Improvement Area MOU and establishing bylaw to present the budget directly to council and approve the BIA budget as presented, and that bylaw number 2023-042 being a bylaw to provide for the levy and collection of sums required by the Collingwood Business Improvement Area for the year 2023 be enacted and passed this 24th day of April 2024. So could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring, Councillor Houston. Any further comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next item on our agenda are two recurring updates. The first one is on our water capacity and land use planning study. I'll turn it over to you, CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. As these are reoccurring updates, I'm going to go through a few of the slides quite quickly, the ones that haven't changed per normal, but I'm always happy to go back if there's any questions. Next slide, please. So the resolution that asks us to come back repeatedly each month is here on your screen, and this slide deck does include all the information that council has asked for. Next slide, please. The situation also hasn't changed. We continue to be closing in on the capacity to meet our expected growth if the new plant commissioning stays on schedule in 2026. Next slide, please. So we're going to go through two main things, the land use planning policy study and next steps, and then the second piece in a moment will be the actual construction progress. Progress toward construction, I should say. So our study has been complete for some time. It recommended a servicing capacity allocation framework, which we affectionately call the SCAP, and we think it's one of the best around. It has three legs on this stool: an allocation policy, which council has already put into place; a zoning bylaw amendment, which really is a backstop that says that if someone's going to get a building permit, we have to make sure that we've got some capacity allocated for them. And I'll give you a status on that in a second. And of course, the official plan policy. And we just had a recent update that with some changes from the province around what they're now calling the provincial planning statement, still the PPS for short. We're going to delay that just a bit, but still within 2023 to make sure that we're in line with the new changes from the province. Next slide, please. So this is an update. We do have now one remaining appeal. Aird & Bearless is representing Crest Point Real Estate Blue Mountain Inc., the Blue Mountain Center. So we're hopeful that we can come to an agreement with them on that last remaining appeal. The one appeal is resolved pending a site plan approval, and we're targeting May for that, pending some final details being worked out. That was with Amber Stewart Law on behalf of John Welton. And there's a third appeal which has been resolved from some time related to 121 Hume Street. So progress in that department. I think it'd be easier for everyone if the interim control bylaw itself was lifted, and that will be enabled once we've dealt with, or the OLT has dealt with, the one remaining appeal. Next slide, please. One key date for interim control bylaw exemptions. We have a report tonight that is for large developments, which is coming up shortly. But if you're looking at a minor development, so infill housing of a single house or small changes that require more water capacity allocation, the intakes is open until May 12th. So if you know folks around town that are smaller in nature and looking for servicing changes, it's important that they talk to customer service or building or planning departments, and we'll be really sure to point you in the right direction. Next slide, please. So this is an update that we get largely updated by our building department. And the pie chart on the left is exempted projects, the percentage of capacity by building permit status. So on the left side there, you'll see the 16% in small letters. But if you're just going by colors, it's the the yellowy orange at the top left, those are the ones that are occupied already. There's 39% that have issued building permits and a further 6% that are under review, which means that more than half, the entire left side of the pie chart showing that more than half of what council has allocated as exemptions to the interim control bylaw are well underway. We have 3% at the very top, that little slice that's been reserved for an affordable housing project. And 36% of the water we have not received an application for yet. So we'd like to see those applications come in so people can proceed with building once council has granted an exemption. Once the ICBL is lifted, time will start to tick that some of that water will go back into the pot for reallocation if people don't use it. So if they want to proceed, we'd like to see them use it. Next slide, please. With respect to the water plant, so the expansion of the water plant, next slide. We have a couple of things underway. Collingwood and New Tecumseh have a water supply agreement that's been in place for a while now, a year or so. We are now discussing the terms of reference for a joint water committee, which is an operational group that deals with the day-to-day, when we're going to do upgrades and turn the water off at a pump lift station, for example, so that someone can do some repairs. That's the place where we would discuss it. Items that are more contractual in nature, for example, will be referred back to the respective councils if there's decisions to be made. We're having continued conversations with staff at the town of Blue Mountains. They've been working on some environmental assessments related to their water systems. Most recently, they've been quite interested in our award later this summer to figure out what the prices will be for the plant expansion and to make some decisions that will be right for their municipality. One of the things that's happened lately is that we had a really productive conversation on I think it's a very innovative contracting approach that our staff have put in place with the consultants. And in what we've done is we've hired 3 major general contractors to comment on the designs as they proceed through design. And we had one of our 90% design milestone meetings. There is a lot of complexity with this plant. It's a constrained site. It's a very large project, and we're asking them to do it in an accelerated fashion. So we have some thinking to do to make sure that we've taken into account the feedback that they've given and that we're on track, whether we're on track for timing and costs. We are still anticipating the tender release in June. Next slide, please. Here's the diagram that we've been showing since the beginning. I'm encouraged by the number of blue boxes that are coming up from the bottom. Our advanced UV disinfection hasn't come online as fast as we thought. There was a couple of challenge. That's UV in the existing plant that allows us to come up to full capacity in the winters when the water's cold. It hasn't come online as fast as we'd like. There was a couple of things with big organizations, accreditation organizations that had to be dealt with. And now that we're back into warmer water again, it's not at the highest priority compared to some of the other things that we want to get done with the plant, the expanded plant. But it's coming along and nearing completion. Next slide, please. And that's it for today's update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next reoccurring update is on the Poplar Health and Wellness Village. This is the MZO project. And again, I'll turn this over to CEO Skinner.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. We have, this is an exciting project for the town and for one of our developers. Just briefly for context, after some community consultation last year, just after mid-August, the previous council endorsed in principle asking the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for a minister's decision to change the zoning for a Poplar Health and Wellness Village on lands owned by Mr. DePutations. That's at the east end of town, sort of northeast of the Georgian College campus off Poplar and Raglan. The vision included a site for a potential hospital redevelopment as well as much more. And the town started at that time negotiation on a companion agreement that would set out how the town, DEPUTATIONS, and the developer Live, Work, Learn, Play can work together in maturing and implementing the vision, including block planning and phasing, as well as any community benefits. So after some work on November 10th, the previous council voted to ask the minister to approve the MZO. And then this council, and when they were incoming, actually voted on the 16th to ask the minister to pause the approval such that the companion agreement could be finished first. However, the minister actually had just approved the MZO that day and hadn't communicated that yet. They did approve it with a few changes from the version submitted by council, including allowing taller buildings and removing within the MZO itself reference to attainable or affordable housing. Council did resolve that the mayor and deputy mayor facilitate negotiations with DEPUTATIONS and Live, Work, Learn, Play, with me as a CAO and Director Valentine, who leads our planning, and our lawyer, Steve O'Melia, also as part of the team. There have been several good meetings, including on January 11th and April 18th. I am encouraged by the continued commitment of DEPUTATIONS and Live, Work, Learn, Play to the spirit of the intended agreement, and I know that the town's participants are also committed to the vision and ensuring that the promised benefits materialize for our community over the coming years. Should we be able to finalize the wording in the next cycle of drafts, we can present to council and ultimately the public how we'll commit to work together to realize the vision, which includes jobs, over 200 housing units, some attainable and affordable units, and a profitable and vibrant development. So that's it for today's update. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Just a question on the first update with respect to the UV. I just wanted to ask through you to the CEO, just to clarify, when you say the UV didn't have as much of a priority now as some other things, we won't want to leave it too late until we're back into the next season. So I'm assuming that I can trust that your spring 2023 target is still a realistic one for the completion of that UV.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Through the chair, yes, this is still a very realistic target. We had a couple of challenges with the larger entities, and I'm forgetting the acronyms now. The accreditation bodies. And I think those are all resolved. We're like imminent of being able to bring the product online. So I'm not at all worried that it won't be spring. And I'm not whatsoever worried that it won't be ready by fall. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions with respect to either of these updates? No? Okay, thank you. I have no reports or minutes from other committees or boards. So the next item on the agenda is the Standing Committee report from our Development and Operations Services Standing Committee. I believe there's going to be a brief report on this. I'll read in the motion and we'll get it on the table. The Council received the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held April 11, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. And this is PW 2023-06, the 2022 Wastewater Performance Report, recommendation to receive the report. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Potts. Was there going to be any further on this? No. Okay, I did have a few questions that came up, and I did, because I was looking at this again on the weekend, and there's Manager McKennedy. Thank you for being here. And I know we're just receiving this report. It's something that has to be presented annually to one of the provincial ministers. But there was a few items that caught my eye that I was hoping you could clarify. One is the report talks about a biogas cogeneration system. Could you tell us what that is?
Yeah, certainly. So the biogas cogeneration system is a piece of equipment that was installed at the plant in the late, I believe it was around 2016 2017, 2018. And it collects the gas that's generated through the digestion process and converts it to electricity. So it was something that was used to help take advantage and utilize and reduce our energy costs at the wastewater plant, utilizing the gas that's produced through our treatment process. But unfortunately, there have been many operational challenges with this equipment ever since it was installed, and we continue to struggle with keeping it operational.
Okay, that was what I took. I was so glad you explained that because I hadn't realized that was part of the plant. And is there any, is this a question for council for the next year's budget, or are we just standing down on this until the vendor of the equipment is ready to go?
So we have been, trying to reach out and with support with our facilities team as well. They've been great in the past year or two to try to help share their knowledge and experience with these mechanical equipment, since it's kind of out of the realm of our wastewater operators' expertise. So getting support from some of the facilities team and communicating with the vendors and suppliers and contractors that can support us in bringing this equipment back into service. Unfortunately, it's been very difficult to be able to get responses and to pinpoint what some of these issues are, or getting contractors on site to do the work. And we also mentioned, in terms of priorities, our focus being on the wastewater operations and maintaining our treatment processes with our staffing challenges that we've also had. This is kind of secondary priority for us, unfortunately, but so we hope we have some leads on how we can maybe bring it back up into service. But I did also mention at the last meeting that we're looking at, we have to replace our boiler that's associated with the digestion process as well this year, and looking at potentially utilizing the gas from the digestion process as the energy source for that as well. So I'm not sure long-term what we'd be looking at in terms of gas generation, and whether the benefit would be in converting it to the energy through the cogen, or using it for the boiler heat instead of relying on natural gas like we currently do. So these are all things that we're going to be evaluating as we look at the boiler replacement as well.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. We'll be looking forward to hearing more on that as it unfolds. The second question I wanted to ask you is, we've had very few, but it's obviously unavoidable. We're going to have spills or bypass events. And do we have a method now where we notify our public when these things happen?
So our current standard operating procedure is that the operators on site are required to notify the Spills Action Center, the medical officer of health, and they also notify me, and I in turn notify our director of public works, engineering, environmental services, our public works staff, and our water treatment operators. And communication moves up the chain to council, and decisions are made about what is communicated to the public. Advice to date from the medical officer of health, who is responsible and oversees recreational water quality, has been when we do a partial treatment bypass, which is typically what occurs more often than a full treatment, like an overflow event. This is where we bypass the UV disinfection process, or a portion of the flows bypass the UV disinfection process, but get disinfection through chlorination. So it's not as concerning in terms of potential water quality impacts when a partial bypass occurs. So there hasn't been a requirement and no recommendation from the medical officer of health to do any public consultation or communication around these particular bypass events. Also noting that the harbor is not a designated recreational area, water use area. When we see a full overflow or bypass event, then that's something that, looking at the time of year and potential risk to the public, that's something that that decision would be made in consultation with the CAO and our communications manager.
Okay, thank you for that, because I have heard from the community in the past about concerns of kids in the harbor, with falling out of boats, or they're swimming, and, all kinds of fun things happen there in the warmer months, sometimes in the cooler months. But I think this sounds like a question for PRC. I know that we don't do regular monitoring in the sense of warning signs on the beach, but I think I'll follow up with our PRC group and maybe see where we'll go from there. But thank you for that answer. And the last question I wanted to ask you, of course, you noted the complaints in the past year or so about odors at the waterfront, and we had serious problems with certain equipment in the plant that had to be replaced. And I'm just, and this is the digester issue, if I understood it all correctly. Could you explain why, as I understood, that you don't think this will be an issue again in the coming years?
Well, I can't guarantee that it won't be. We're still in, a very tenuous situation, operating on one single primary digester. We're working towards repairing the second primary digester. But with it out of service and for an extended period of time, we have put in some mitigation and contingencies to try to help prevent something like this happening again. So those include the regular, more frequent monitoring in terms of the quality of what is in the digesters, and in particularly around the alkalinity. So being able to add some boosters to the digester to help to manage the alkalinity in there, which was a strong contributor to the odor issues that we found. We also have added some bypass valves and piping to allow us to completely bypass our primary digestion process. So if something were to happen with that digester, we could discharge directly to our secondary digester and eventually haul it off-site through the sludge holding tank. And as part of the screw pump work that we're doing this year at the plant, we're also adding an access road at the rear. So that will facilitate heavy equipment being able to get to the rear of the plant and physically remove solids from the process that way as well. So without having to try to find a way to deal with it through the digestion process. So we have the monitoring and the plans in place to try to help mitigate the risk and prevent the likelihood of it happening again, and hopefully it won't.
I don't need to tell you how many people live down there now, and so many people enjoying the recreational aspects of it. And I'm so happy to hear all that's been done in that regard, and the community thanks you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. To Manager McGinnity. Can you remind me, best case, worst case, when the second digester will be back online?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Baines. Yes, so we're in the process of starting the design on that. So ultimately we had to work through the demolition process last year that was completed just earlier this year. So it was really in January, February that we were able to complete that process. So we have the engineers now reviewing what's there and looking at our mixing system and roof and what our options are to move forward with the replacement. So the earliest I can see that going to tender will be later in 2023, which means the construction won't happen until 2024. So I don't expect it to be on this winter, back in service this winter, hopefully later in 2024 if everything goes well.
Lost until then.
Yeah,
Thank you.
big time. Oh, I see no further questions, so we'll just put this to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is staff report P 2023-11 servicing capacity allocation batch review. And we'll hear from Manager Ayers on this. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of Council. On January 30th this year, Council approved a number of changes to the town's servicing capacity allocation policy, also known as SCAP, including decoupling Planning Act application decisions from allocation capacity decisions and batching allocation decisions in order to compare SCAP scores between various developments. This report represents the first batch of allocation decisions for developments that have been conditionally approved to date in 2023. 120 Mountain Road and 655 Hurontario Street site plans were approved by Council in February and April respectively, whereas the site plan for 25 Sanford Fleming Drive and the site plan amendment for residences at Silver Creek were conditionally approved by the Director of Planning, Building and Economic Development in April per staff delegated authority. All of these approvals are conditional upon servicing capacity allocation being granted and the owner entering into a site plan control agreement with the town to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Building and Economic Development and the town solicitor. I would note that 25 Sanford Fleming Drive approval had one additional condition, that the owner address all outstanding comments to the satisfaction of the director, as there were a few very minor technical matters that required resubmission, but nothing that warranted delaying the conditional approval. And with that, I will turn it over to Senior Planner Wukash, who is attending virtually this evening, to provide a brief presentation of the report. Thank you.
Senior Planner Wukash, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council, and members of the public. Manager Ayer's introduction noted the important amendments to the town's servicing capacity allocation policy, which I'll refer to as the SCAP. And we can move to the next slide, please. Those amendments stem from a staff review of lessons learned in the first 6 months of implementation and from public consultation. The amended SCAP decoupled planning approvals from servicing capacity allocation decisions, and Council agreed to consider servicing capacity allocation decisions in a batched approach in the spring and fall following the semi-annual Environmental Services Division Water and Wastewater Uncommitted Hydraulic Reserve Capacity Update Report. So that report was brought forward in March of this year. And the batch process allows for comparison of SCAP evaluations in Council's decision to allocate capacity. So there are 4 developments before you today, all of which have received conditional site plan approvals, either by Council or through a staff delegated approval. These developments are shovel ready pending servicing allocation from Council today, execution of site plan agreements, and an exemption from the ICBL, which is also one of the recommendations today. As a reminder, last year's Bill 109 from the province mandated that municipal councils delegate site plan approvals to staff for those applications received after July 1st, 2022, in an effort to expedite the approval process. Next slide, please. So the March 2023 Environmental Services Division report indicated a total of 550 single dwelling unit equivalents, which I will short form to the term SDU, as you can see on this chart, of servicing capacity for 2023. 80 SDU were allocated by Council for minor developments, such as development of vacant residential lots, accessory dwelling units within homes, and changes of use from one permitted use in the zoning bylaw to another. So the first batch of those minor exemption requests were granted on February 27th of this year, and CAO Skinner shared the next intake deadline of May 12th of this year for those seeking an exemption. Therefore, there are a total of 470 SDU reserved for major development applications this year. And this chart summarizes the water capacity allocation proposed for each project before you today, which totals 215 SDU and would leave 205 SDU remaining for a fall batch of allocation. Next slide, please. So the first development is called 120 Mountain Road. It is a multi-unit industrial development in 4 buildings with a total of 30 units. It was approved by Council in February of this year. The allocation request is 84 SDU, and it received a staff percent in the evaluation of 54%. And the next slide will show you a bit of context for this site. The location on Mountain Road and a perspective drawing of the approved elevations. Next slide, please. 655 Hurontario Street is a recently approved rental housing building of 50 rental units, including 2 affordable units in a 4-story building. It requires 33 SDU of water capacity and has received a SCAP evaluation score of 50%. Next slide shows the aerial photo and a rendering of the building as well. Next slide, please. The third development application is the second phase of a development on the west end of town that is referred to as the Residences of Silver Creek by Sky Devco. The apartment buildings were approved last year by council, and this is the second phase, which is 60 townhouses. It received a staff delegated approval recently and requires a water allocation of 83 SDU and received 70% score on the SCAP evaluation. And next slide just gives a bit more of a visual context for that application. Next slide, please. The final development before you today is 25 Sanford Fleming Drive, which is an industrial building being built on a site that already has an industrial building on it. It did receive a staff delegation very recently and does require 15 SDU of water capacity. And the score is 47% on the SCAP evaluation by staff. And just to note, the SCAP does allow council to consider developments that score less than 50% for capacity allocation at your discretion. Council may wish to consider allocation for this project, as it can be challenging for smaller scale development proposals that represent either infilling or redevelopment of an existing site to gain sufficient points, as the SCAP must be applicable to all major development, most of which are larger in scope. So notwithstanding the merit-based score on this file, the development would have positive benefits for the community, including the intensification of an existing underutilized site and supporting the growth of an existing business with job creation. So next slide shows the context for that site on Sanford Fleming Drive and does show the existing industrial building on the aerial photo. Next slide, please. So just to summarize, staff recommend that each of these development proposals do receive servicing allocation through council passing a bylaw to grant ICBL exemptions for each property today. Staff also recommend a second batch of major development allocation considerations for fall of 2023, which would leave about half of the 2023 servicing allocation for major developments remaining for that timeframe. And that concludes my presentation today, and Manager Ayers and I are available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Before I turn this over to council, would there be any members of the public here who wish to address this issue tonight? Seeing none, is there anyone online? Okay, there's no attendees online, so I'll read in the resolution before us that council receive report P 2023-11, municipal servicing capacity allocation, spring 2023, major development batch approval dated April 24, 2023, and that municipal servicing capacity be allocated to the following proposals, and the subject properties be exempt from the provisions of the interim control bylaw and added to Schedule A of bylaw number 2021-024 for a total allocation of 215 SDUs of municipal water and 188 SDUs of municipal wastewater. And so there's 4 projects. The first one, 120 Mountain Road, multi-unit industrial development, file D11819, located at 120 Mountain Road. 2, 655 Hurontario Street, multi-unit residential development, file D11217, located at 655 Hurontario Street. 3, Skydev Residences at Silver Creek, file D110223, located at 11403, 11453, and 11461, Highway 26. And 4, 25 Sanford Fleming Drive, Industrial Development, file D111422, located at 25 Sanford Fleming Drive. and that bylaw number 2023-049, being a bylaw to amend interim control bylaw number 2021-024, be enacted and passed this 24th day of April, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines, Councillor Perry, any questions? Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to request that each of those be severed.
Okay, certainly. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I have a question to Manager Ayers, I think, which relates to, if my recollection is correct, particularly in regard to the 25 Sanford Fleming Drive application. In that, I believe Director Valentine said these scores are not based on 100%, but indeed are based on 90%. Therefore, a pass is, don't get stuck like we were in high school of 50%. In this case, Sanford Fleming, I thought, was 45, but it's actually 47. So it is like the mark I received in the only year that I took Latin, about 52%. So it is, in fact, a pass, although if one read 47%, they would think it was a fail. So can you just confirm that those points were correct, as I believe Director Valentine had stated in a report?
Yes, go ahead, Manager Ayers.
Thank you, and through you to Councillor Baines. I think there is a little confusion. The SCAP score, the total number of points available decreased as a result of changes made to the SCAP in January. So the total points available, I believe, was out of a score of 95, but we're still seeking a minimum 50% score on the overall development. So that may be where the 90% got mixed up with the actual number of points available for a proposed development.
Okay, thank you. So then the 47% for 25 Sanford Fleming is indeed a marginal at best application then.
Do you have any further comment? No. Okay. Did you want to add anything? Yeah, Arcia was going to add something.
Through the chair, I would hate to characterize it as marginal. I think that in setting out the SCAP score and in doing the consultation with the community and with council when it was created and then subsequently updated, we looked at if you had a very constrained amount of servicing to assign, what would be the things that from a community values perspective would make a complete community, employment, those kind of things. And it's not a way that we had looked at developments until now. This is a new lens for council. So I think we're still learning how to apply it well. I would hate to put too much of a value judgment around the percentage, if you know what I mean. It's probably, better than we would have had before. Not quite where we had set the target for, council had set the target, but still, potentially a good development for the town.
Thank you. And I do acknowledge, if I can just make this final comment, that they are apparently going to be hiring new employees for the building that will be built as a result of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And my comments also are with regard to 25 Sanford Fleming Drive. And in my view, the 47% score being under our requirement of 50%, in my view, I think that, or I would like to see that applicant go back and consider some options to improve their score before I personally would offer approval. I believe it's a very slippery slope for us to begin making exceptions to our own evaluation and approval criteria, and especially since we have only very recently started using it. So I would not be in support of this particular application. But I would like to ask one question, if I may, through you to Manager Ayers, and that is, if the applicant were to go away and find some ways to improve their score, can they come back to council for an exception before the next batch intake, which is the fall?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty. With respect to coming back prior to the next large development batch, the original direction from council was to have developments come forward in a batch process. I appreciate that this one is within this batch. It's difficult for me to say whether it could be brought forward in advance of the batch being contemplated for the fall, as it would be inconsistent with the direction that staff were given through the amendments to the SCAP done in January of this year. Further to CAO Skinner's comments and Senior Planner Wukash's presentation, I would note that it is we are seeing with a number of developments, especially those infill developments, that it is very challenging for some of these sites, given the circumstances, to achieve higher scores. And certainly the planner assigned to the file has worked with the applicant, and they have gone back and made improvements to the site to try to increase those SCAP scores. But unfortunately, given the nature of the site and the nature of the opportunities presented by the proposed redevelopment, it has been challenging to get those scores. So even, for example, if the owner went back and looked at adding additional trees to the site, that still wouldn't necessarily get them to the 50%. And I haven't done a deep enough analysis to know what level of changes to the site would be required to get them to 50%. But it certainly has been challenging particularly on infill development sites in the community, to achieve 50%. And you'll note there's another file before council tonight that just got 50%. And again, numerous community benefits to the municipality.
Thank you. No follow-up.
Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I'm a little contraminded to Councillor Doherty. I think staff have expressed here that there is a bit of a challenge with our SCAP scoring in terms of the infill. And, maybe in hindsight, we should have, if we were really going to get fussed about points and percentages, we should have put in a staff ability to put in some points, recognizing that it is an infill challenge project in their estimation. I think they've somewhat done that with their recommendation here. They're still recommending it despite that score. And I have confidence in their assessment that there are challenges there that didn't allow our current scoring for them to get to that 50%. So I'm okay supporting that property. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this? I'll just also mention the 25 Sanford Fleming property. If you'll remember, the owner of that business was here in early March, and I've just pulled up, I had a few letters from him, and I think he wrote all of council at that time, and then he came here and spoke to us. And if you remember, he was an owner who started about 2 years ago to expand his business here in town. He's trying to get all his business under one roof. The existing building isn't big enough. He's rented space in Meaford, which isn't that convenient, let's put it that way. And so he's operating 2 growing and complementary businesses in 2 separate locations. And he explained that he had been encouraged to understand his ICBL application would be dealt with early on, but the process was changed and he had to be reviewed now under SCAP. And then he was worried about all the timing for that. He has to get people onboarded. He's got to get the construction season started, and he begged with us to please not hold him up. So I do agree that this is a difficult situation. However, here we have a business, an existing business that wants to add new employees, needs additional workspace, wants to give up and have a larger footprint here, which is good for us from a property tax perspective. He is located in an area that could use a little upgrading on a major street in a business area that I certainly would love to see develop with more businesses and less what I'll call soft uses and recreational opportunities. So anyway, I'm all in favor of this. That's all I want to say. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead with this if there's no other comments, and we will sever out these votes then. So the first one is for 120 Mountain Road. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next one is for 655 here Ontario Street, the multi-res units. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The third one, pardon me, is for the SkyDev residences at Silver Creek. All those in favor? That one's unanimous. And the last one is for 25 Sanford Fleming Drive. All those in favor? And opposed? One opposed. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is for the deeming bylaw for 380 First Street. Manager Ayers, this is for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on October 17th of 2022, Council granted conditional site plan approval for 380 First Street to facilitate the construction of a 3-story commercial building to serve as Crozier Consulting Engineers' head office. During the course of finalizing the site plan control agreement this year, it was discovered that the subject property is comprised of 4 separately conveyable lots. The deeming bylaw before council this evening is primarily a housekeeping matter to facilitate the lawful merging of these 4 lots into one contiguous lot so that the site plan control agreement can be registered and the development can proceed. And I would note that Senior Planner Wukash is available should council have any specific questions pertaining to this report. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll read in the recommendation here that staff report P 2023-10, proposed deeming bylaw for 380 First Street be received, and that bylaw number 2023-043 being a deeming bylaw with the effect of deeming lots 11, 12, 13, and 14, Plan 73, Town of Collingwood, County of Simcoe, as not being lots within a registered plan of subdivision, be enacted and passed this 24th day of April, 2023. Are there any questions? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Oh, okay. We have a mover, Deputy Mayor Fryer, and Councillor Jeffrey's going to second that. Thank you. Okay, the third item here under staff reports has to do with our non-standard procurement for 2023. Sorry, I deferred from April 3rd, 2023 Corporate and Community Services Standing Committee agenda. And we have, what do we have? Oh, hi, go ahead. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Our clerk almost is going to provide a few introductory remarks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship. Today we are doing our annual presentation. It was before you at our Corporate Community Services meeting, and it was deferred to this meeting. So we have our accountability, procurement, and risk management manager with us tonight to take you through a brief presentation.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to yourself and council. We can start on slide 2. So just very briefly, I want to start with just a description of what is public procurement. Procurement or purchasing means the acquisition by any means, including purchasing, rental, construction, lease of sales of goods or services. And some of the goals and objectives of the town's procurement plan is to always obtain best value for money and to encourage competitive procurement and ensure the principles of fairness, objectivity, transparency, and accountability are reflected in the town's procurement processes. Next slide, please. Okay, and the reporting requirements. So in accordance with the procurement bylaw number 2021-086, an informational report is required to be presented to council on an annual basis. The report is built around the following: the circumstances and details of any emergencies or non-standard procurements with a procurement value equal or greater to $25,000. Next slide, please. So just some more information on non-standard procurements. The majority of the town's purchases, the majority of purchases made by the town follow standard procurement processes. Circumstances arise from time to time when approaching a project as a non-standard is the best use of the town's resources or is required by some particulars of that project. All non-standard purchases require the approval of the purchasing division, the department head affected, and the CAO. The circumstances under which a non-standard purchase can occur are outlined under Schedule C of the town's procurement bylaw. Next slide, please. So I won't read all of these word for word, but these are the exceptions that are set out in the Canada Free Trade Agreement, which is taken word for word, which is commonly used in most municipalities now, and it's encouraged that we use those. Just an interesting note for the town of Collingwood: the most two common usage are for us are item 2, which is if goods and services can only be supplied by a particular supplier or no reasonable alternative or substitute of goods or services exists for any of the following reasons. And then they're set out there. And also item 3, which is for the additional deliveries by the original supplier of goods or services that were not included in the additional procurement. So this is scope changes that happen throughout or after the fact. Those are the most two common that we see here. But there are in total the 9 different reasons that we could consider a non-standard purchase. Next slide, please. So these are just some comparative numbers year over year. So you can see in 2022, we had 13 non-standard procurements, which was the same as it was in 2021. The cost of these 13 equals just over $1.9 million. This was a decrease of 9.6% from 2021, where the value was around $2.1 million. And just a note, to kind of show a representative value of how much that is in terms of what was spent in 2022, there was about a total of 48.2 million spent in 2022. So 1.9 million represents about 4% of all total purchases that were made. So that's just some helpful background. Next slide, please. And then emergency procurements, which is the other side of this, which is established in our bylaw. Purchases can be made on an emergency basis where they are required as a result of an unforeseeable situation or event that occurs is a potential threat to the following: so public health and or safety, the maintenance of essential town services, or to prevent the disruption of essential town services, the welfare of persons or public property, or the security of the town's interests, financial or non-financial, and time does not permit the use of a standard procurement process. All emergency purchases must be reported to the purchasing division and the CAO as soon as reasonably possible under these circumstances as deemed appropriate, and members of council to be advised as well. Next slide, please. And so again, for just comparative numbers, we had 2 emergency purchases for 2022, which was down by 1 from 2021. And these 2 represented a value of $88,000 to $236,000. This was actually slightly higher than it was in 2021, so the increase was around 22%. The one note I made on this slide is that the cleanup at the wastewater treatment plant actually occurred in 2021, but it happened right around the holidays, and so therefore all the paperwork and all the actual action that took place was in 2022, so we felt that it was actually best represented here. If you go back to the report I made last year, I actually made the same comment saying it will come this year, so this is just me making good on that. And we also received a question from council around one of the emergency purchases around the repairs to the force main at Huron Street and Heritage Drive. Because that was done in and around a development, the question was, why did that represent here? The town paid for the actual repairs to be done in and around the day of the actual occurrence. We are still working with the developer and insurance companies and legal to figure out all the different recoveries that will still take place over that, because that was a very large job that required a lot of different moving parts. So next slide, please. And this is just a quick update on the efforts of continual improvement and purchasing. So with the new bylaw coming into effect 2021, it was late in the year. The purchasing division worked continuously throughout 2022 to implement new tools, guidelines, all while supporting corporate purchasing projects. As a division that has an impact on all areas of the town in 2023, we will continue to offer better services by developing and deploying increased training, tools, guideline, and aid to staff. working together as an organization to advance corporate priorities like green procurement. And also the purchasing division is dedicated to supporting accountability and transparency in our purchases and our purchasing projects while always achieving great value for money for taxpayers. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Manager Sherman. That was a great summary. So I'll read in what's before us. Consideration that Staff Report 2023-13, the 2022 Annual Report of Non-Standard and Emergency Purchases be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, Councillor Perry, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thanks again. Okay, so under motions 13.1, I'm going to turn this over to Clerk Almas. This is the Economic Development Roundtable election. We need 2 member appointments. Oh, sorry. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And in regards to this item, as we know, and it's included in the information in the agenda, under the terms of reference, there's it indicates that there'd be 2 council appointments in addition to the mayor sitting as chair of the committee. I'd like to put forward, I did check with the clerk in advance about this because I am one of the people that are interested. I'd like to put forward that we consider changing the terms of reference to include 3 instead of 2. It still would keep us from not being quorum. And I believe that if there's 3 councillors who have expressed interest, it would be, I would consider a friendly amendment to the terms of reference to see that they all could take place. So I'd leave that.
I don't see this as friendly because I wouldn't support it. Mm-hmm. So I think you'd have to bring a motion to waive notice to have it dealt with tonight. To start.
And I'd like to move and waive or ask for a waive of notice to bring this forward as a motion then.
Okay, and do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Ring, thank you. Do we don't need any discussion on that?
I don't have anything more to add.
Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand the principle of the recommendation, but I can't support it because I just think that we
just so you know, we're just going to vote on whether to waive notice to have this dealt with. So hold your thoughts. Okay. Any comments before we vote on waiving?
The one clarification, I'll just ask to make sure through Clerk Almas that it is something that the 3 members who are interested can participate in a vote situation. And the clerk's saying that's correct. So I just wanted to make sure of that in case I'd misinterpreted. So.
Yes, go ahead.
And certainly, this actually would be framed as a reconsideration of the approved terms of reference. So the approved terms of reference had indicated 3 members total, 1 being the mayor, 2 other members of council. So this would be a reconsideration and would require the 2/3 majority vote.
Okay, I understand. Okay, does everyone understand that? So this is reconsidering the terms of reference for this committee. Okay, so, but we still need a motion to waive notice to deal with it tonight. Is this correct?
Sorry, it's actually going to be versus a waiving of a motion. It's the first motion will be a motion to authorize the reconsideration that will require 2/3. And then the next order of business would be the motion itself to amend the terms of reference to indicate 4 members total. And that one would just require a majority vote.
Okay, so we're voting to reconsider the terms of reference.
Correct.
Okay. Alrighty, everyone just gets that? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that carries with 3 opposed. Okay, so, and now we're going to
amend the terms of reference.
Amend the terms of reference. Okay, so that's the nature of your motion.
Yes, I'd
to
like
amend
to
the
make
terms
that
of
motion,
reference.
yes, please.
And do you want to speak to it any further? You've sort of explained
I
it.
don't have anything to add. I was putting it on the table and looking for input from council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. So just to continue my thought, I understand the principle, but I just feel that at a total of 4 members of council, that it's being overweighted on the political side, and I'm just not sure that it is necessary to have that kind of representation when we're trying to get good, open input from the private sector.
Thank you. Councillor Baines?
I'm sorry, Mayor Hamlin, a point of clarification. Is it not 3 members of council, the mayor plus 2 members, or is the deputy mayor asking for the mayor plus 3 members of council? Okay, if that's what you're asking for, thank you for that clarification. I could not support that either, because I think that would mean a committee more than any other committee in the whole ether of what we do, which would be overweighted, I think, with council members. At least my own opinion is. So I would not support this, but thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I seem to be contraminded a lot tonight, but I'm not fussed with that, because I think this is a critically important aspect for us in terms of economic development. And because it's a round table and not like a monthly committee or anything like that, it seems a little more specialized. And I just think as long as we're not getting to quorum, the more the merrier. And we have some expertise around this table that can really help in that round table. So I would support the Deputy Mayor's request for that change.
Councillor Ring?
That was basically what I was going to ask. What would be the total number of the committee? It's not going to be, you wouldn't be majority with 4 councillor members.
I don't believe the terms of reference set out the total amount, did they? Sorry, go ahead, CO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is actually quite a flexible committee. The terms of reference suggest that based on the topics that are important for council to hear about from our business community, that under the direction of the mayor and potentially the other members, you would select the types of businesses that should be invited to any particular event, and potentially the numbers as well, depending on if you were, for example, communicating to many versus asking a smaller group to give some specific advice.
Yeah, my intent certainly was not to have a large committee, but a working group that would meet fairly regularly. I think our town hasn't had a lot of focus from the business community on how we should be growing from an economic standpoint. And I do want to hear from the business community and get to it. It's not a learning exercise. It's a what do we do next exercise. So as the CEO has explained, depending on the topic, the numbers may expand or not. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. That was your question.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
Yeah.
my understanding was something similar to we witnessed one night at Collingwood Brewery when that was more of an economic development committee, and there was probably 15 people there. So I just hate when I hate to say that I can see the concerns that Councillor Doherty and Councillor Baines have, but I also hate to say that we got 3 people willing and able and probably going to do a super job to deny one of them the chance to sit in it, as it is only a round table, not a standing committee.
Okay, I'll just say, I had, as I mentioned, I had hoped this would be a real working group and not something that we'd be making political decisions or learning about the businesses going on in the town. Clearly, the group would have no job to make decisions. Any thoughts coming out of the group would have to come back to council if there was some action required. So I was hoping for, at most we'd have 10 people at any working session. And I honestly think 4 members from council is too many. If we're waiting to hear from the business community on advice to council, on which council is going to act later. We don't need council at the table with the business community. So that was my thoughts on how this would be struck. So yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And just a couple other comments I'd make is that I had considered the idea of putting a motion on the table that there be an alternate. But thinking about the fact that then that puts the onus on a couple of councillors, and you have to be familiar with the area that you're going to go into and find out about. And I'm certainly not trying to create a situation which will stymie input from the sector that we're dealing with, but I look at it as a learning exercise that will benefit the councillors. So I was hopeful to have support for the idea of just expanding it to include the extra member of council.
So I hear what you're saying, Deputy Mayor, and I think everyone on council needs to learn more about who are the businesses in the community and what are they thinking of. So I have a question for Clerk Almus on this. If we kept the numbers to a smaller group, could members of council come and sit and listen as opposed to be participating and
I'll address that question in, it's not our typical advisory committee setup or one of our local boards. The anticipation is that they meet approximately quarterly or at the call of an issue that comes up. I wouldn't see any concerns with it, but the other members couldn't be active participants because we could be into the concern that if the discussion is materially advancing the business of council and what that's going to happen, it could be you've got your quorum there and we're back in the same situation. So I'm leaning more towards not.
well, we'll just see how the vote goes on this, and I guess you could bring forward the alternate suggestion if this doesn't get passed. Okay, any other thoughts on this? Okay, so I need a seconder still for the Councillor Jeffrey. Thank you. All those in favor of changing the terms of reference? 2, 4, 5, 6, and those opposed is 3. And we may end that committee. Okay, thanks so much. Okay. The next matter before us is a motion that I brought last week. This is that council recommend that one or more council members interested in meeting with the Keep Collingwood Clean volunteer. Oh, wait, I have to go back. We're going to actually hold the election. We don't need to hold the election because all 3 will automatically be included. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mayor Hamlin, is this your motion?
Oh, yes, thank you. Over to you.
You take?
Thank you.
Okay. So I will just read into the motion that Mayor Hamlin is bringing forward, and that council recommend that one or more council members interested in meeting with the Keep Collingwood Clean volunteer group to contact the group to strategize how the town can best help move forward their initiatives and provide feedback to staff and or council for consideration as needed. And I would ask that you move that.
Yes, I so move.
And the seconder? Councillor Baines. And I'd ask for anyone to speak if they would like to speak to this. Anything you'd like to add?
I can say Councillor Potts has reached out and said that he would love to be one of the councillors, and Councillor Baines has also indicated, so we may have our group already.
And my comment is that this group, I was really impressed with their presentation last week, and I'm really pleased to see this moving forward. So I'm in support of it. So I'll just then call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. The next motion is for Councillor Baines. Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Have we nominated the members that would sit on the Economic Development Roundtable?
Well, that was what I had just raised. There were 3 people that put their name forward to Clerk Almas. And so with the expansion of the committee to 3 council members plus the mayor, there was no need for an election. So I should just ask the clerk if that's in fact the situation. Okay.
Thank you. I should confirm, I actually just received a note that we at least announced the 3 individuals that were interested. So we should do that. So first was Councillor Brandon Houston. Next was Councillor Steve Perry, and Deputy Mayor Fryer expressed an interest. But I should note that the nominations could still be open if someone else is interested. So we could have an election if someone else would like to put their name forward or nominate another individual, then we'll go through the entire election process.
Doesn't look like there's any takers.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the notice of motion that was brought last week by Councillor Baines, would you like to read it in?
Thank you, Mayor Hanlon. This is a feel-good motion, I hope. Whereas the native Canadian maple tree is iconic to Canada and our arboreal emblem and is integral to part of our history. And whereas since 1968, the maple leaf has been the symbol of Canada along with our national flag and has been prominent in Canada's history for a long time. And whereas Canada's native maple trees provide glorious fall colors, which are the envy of many and are sought after by fall color bus and train tour operators and others who appreciate the fall colors. And whereas the Tree Canopy Health and Augmentation Project update report to Council in April 2023 wants to ensure the right tree in the right place. And whereas Maple Leaves Forever is a nationally registered Canadian charitable foundation that advocates and supports the planting of native Canadian maple trees and works with many organizations across Canada to cultivate, grow, and plant native maple trees in Canada. Therefore, be it resolved that Council recognize the importance of our native maple tree and commit to always plant native maple trees whenever a maple is called for in any municipal planting projects. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to speak to it first or after?
I can speak to it after.
Okay, is there any comments on this? I need a seconder. Okay, Deputy Mayor, are there anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Jeffrey.
Well, I was just disappointed I didn't hear maple syrup in there anywhere. I just wanted to just have Councillor Baines just confirm through you that we aren't by any way dictating what our staff have input in terms of whether the existing soil of where these trees are going to go, that it actually is a maple, will grow there best out of our list of native plants. So it is a feel good as long as we're not trying to tell staff what to plant and when or where, because they have that expertise.
I quite agree. And should we hire an arborist next year, I'm sure this would be part of their mandate to ensure the right tree in the right place.
Good for you. Okay, Councillor Ring.
Just on that, that's fine, but what if we don't hire an arborist? we never answered Councillor Jeffrey's question.
Still remembering the budget process.
The last paragraph, I think, therefore be resolved that Council recognize the importance of native maple tree and commit to always planting native maple trees whenever a maple is called for in a municipal planning project. I'm assuming, could we get around that thing when it says when called for?
If we could change, sorry, Mayor Hamlin, if we could change the word called for to suited for?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Would there be a second? Oh, that is the seconder, I guess, first and second. Okay. Okay, and did you have a follow-up, Councillor?
No, that's I would just clarification whether that would help alleviate the concerns.
Okay, that's great. Okay, Councillor Baines.
Thank you. For over 20 years, Ken Jewett has dedicated his life and personal financial resources to the promotion and planting of native maple tree species across Canada. I met Mr. Jewett, 93 years of age, at the annual general meeting of the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority in January, and he, I can assure you, is a force to be reckoned with. Through this foundation he created, Maple Leaves Forever, and has provided support to individuals and groups for planting initiatives involving native maple trees and promoting environmental education on the importance of the native Canadian maple. Driving through rural Ontario today, and indeed through our region here, one often sees magnificent rows of tall sugar maples along roadsides, farm laneways, and property boundaries. These trees come from a historic government incentive program to prevent erosion along farmland, which led to quintessentially Canadian maple-lined roads in rural Ontario. In 2002, seeing that these ancient roadside maples were in decline and at the risk of disappearing, Ken founded Maple Leaves Forever. And they've been doing great work since. Under Ken's leadership, MLF pioneered a thank you rebate program for rural landowners to assist them in planting maples. Canadian-grown maples are made available for planting through 22 nursery partners. To date, over 130,000 native maple trees have been planted in Ontario through this program, equivalent to over 1,200,000 kilometers of maple-lined roadways and laneways. At the national level, Ken discovered that the National Capital Commission sourced maples from Oregon, for goodness sakes, for planting around the National Capital Region. He led a 7-year campaign to encourage the sourcing of native species, which resulted in the 2015 decision by NCC to switch to native maple trees. The maple tree, the maple leaf,
Oh, here we go.
maple syrup. It's part of the whole Canadian heritage. So I urge you all to support the planting of native Canadian maple trees.
And I assume you're going to share that with everyone, right? Yeah.
Pancakes for all. Thank you. Okay, well, with that great explanation as to why this is important for our community, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
Geez, I got emotional listening to that.
I'm just glad to see there's other Maple Leaf fans in the house.
You got emotional, Councillor Perry. I just got hungry.
Oh, okay, next on the agenda are 3 bylaws. The first one is, in the resolution before us, that bylaw number 2023-044 and 2023-045, being bylaws to appoint municipal law enforcement officers to the town of Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 24th day of April 2023. The first bylaw deals with our summer students, and the second bylaw with a full-time contract member. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Houston and Councillor Perry. Any comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. The second one is an appointment to our Trails and Active Transportation Committee. And I would just like to say thank you so much to everyone who put their name forward for this committee. There were so many outstanding people who said they would love to step up. It was a really hard choice, but I think Council has selected an excellent member. And so the bylaw before us is as follows: that bylaw number 2023-046, being a bylaw to appoint the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee, I'll add in Linda Haldenby, be enacted and passed this 24th day of April, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts and Councillor Ring. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The last one is that bylaw number 2023-046, being a bylaw to set the tax rates and to levy taxes for the year 2023, be enacted and passed this 24th day of April, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Baines. Any comments or questions? All those in favor, and that's unanimous. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Seeing none, on the consent agenda, the resolution is that Council hear and receive the general consent agenda Further, that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the author and are not verified or approved as being correct. We have one item, proclamation, fibromyalgia. No. Okay, who's going to? Myalgia. Thank you. And I can't even say this. I'm going to let you say it. Okay, he wants to say it. And the Chronic Fatigue Syndrome Awareness Day. And this includes our clock tower illuminated purple, May 12th to 14th, 2023. Do we need a mover and a seconder, I guess? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Houston. All those in favor, and that's unanimous. Under council business, is there any old or deferred business council would like to bring forward? Is there any other business? You know, I have one, and I haven't given notice to staff, so if we have to defer this till next time. It's just that I had some letters over the weekend from people who are suffering from, I'll call it light pollution from an infill commercial development. And it got me thinking about whether our town had a dark sky bylaw. Claire Thomas, do you know if we have such a bylaw?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. I can't believe if it's a specific dark sky bylaw, but we do have a property standards bylaw that talks about light from one property illuminating another property, and it's at a certain discretion that I can circulate to council.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll have a look at what we need to maybe bring back to a further meeting motion if we need more action on this. Okay, so that brings us to our confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 2023-048, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held April 24, 2023, be enacted and passed this 24th day of April, 2023. And I mover and a seconder in Councillor Houston, Councillor Perry, all those in favor. Thank you. And who would be adjourning tonight? I think that's a Councillor Jeffrey. Okay, all those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.